If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 14th of January 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics today here at Doomben. Doomben is in Queensland. It is one of the most prominent tracks in Queensland, and we have raced here quite a few times, and we are going to be doing here the analytics today. There are 8 races. The ground reading today is soft. Last time I checked was soft 5, and the last finishing mile is somewhere about 350 to 380. So this is where we have most of the races today, all the 8 races today, I'm sorry. And about this track, the track plays fair. This is, I prefer Doomben better than Eagle Farm. I prefer Doomben over the Ranwick Kensington. For a weekday, definitely this is a good place to be. The odds are reasonable. They play nice. We'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out, and we often highlight those situations. And that's more or less what we do. So we'll take a look at the first race today, which is here at Doomben, and we'll see what's going on with the odds. There are no scratchings. 3641. So it looks like the odds are right. I mean, whatever permutation combination that we are looking from, whatever angles that we are looking from, I'm getting 3 and 6. So that's what we are getting, and 3 happens to be the favorite for the reason that it is doing the best. We can see those numbers. It is one of the highest through the DICR. So these are the top class. Then this is the second. This is the third, and this is the challenger class. So that's how things are now. I mean, whatever way we are trying to look at, whether it is how the horse is doing, we are getting these 2 horses. This is a class lower, this is a class above. Through the FR, we are getting 3 and 6, and that is how it is. It is a higher class, it is a lower class. Then the 5 is definitely coming up here, but that's a questionable state how this will work because it has 1 race. And then the 7 has 7 races. It did not do anything. It has a lot of advantage. What it will do today is very questionable. All those things are. But the numbers suggest that they have some chances that they might, might go through or might happen. But those are very far-fetched stories. So if we look at how the actual structure and alignment is, it should be 364. It should be 364. 7 is for a maiden race. That's a little wider. That gate is, and I think it should be here. 3 is the right odd. There is nothing that I can contradict on this, and the jock is aligned rightly, and this is a heavier horse. This is the second one. Then this one comes up. So the point is this, that on papers, what I can find out is it's okay. 3 is the favorite, and 3 has the right numbers. The alignment is okay. But the problem is this, that this is the first race, and this mastermind is going to run neutral. So let's just watch this one. Let's see how the track is playing and how things are playing. It's anyway a maiden race to begin with. The next one is also a maiden, but this one is the first one. I would strongly recommend that hold your breath, wait and watch, see how the ground is playing. If the ground plays right, because it's soft at the end of the day. So if the ground is affecting, we'll get to know what and how the ground is affecting. Through the leverage, that is the highest leverage, though it is -1. Everything looks good on 3. There is nothing wrong. This is out of all these horses, this happens to be the best number. That's the best jock, and that is how the class is reflecting. So 3 is ideally the right odd. Will it unfold exactly like this? It should. What might interfere is the placing between 6 and 3, because this is still going to run neutral, and this is an EW. We know that. So we'll see how this thing works. I like, through every angle, it looks like 3 and 6. So ideally, I believe it's going to be 3 and 6, but still, it doesn't bite to be a little conservative and watch the first one before jumping into action, right? Long shot, welcome back. Yes, hopefully we can. Doomben on the long shot. Doomben is I like Doomben, and I like Doomben over a lot of other tracks, and I have my reasons. This track is a stable track. It's a very stable track in Queensland. And generally, the difference is this, that they don't get much of Saturday actions. They don't get much of Saturday actions. They do get the weekdays actions, which is primarily the Wednesdays. And because they do not get the Saturday actions much, because the Saturday actions, they generally go to Randwick, Flemington, and the Tier 1 tracks. And because they don't get it, they are very good when it becomes a weekday. Generally, that is something that we have seen. About the season, we know how it is happening all across the board. So, let's be conservative and let's just wait and watch what happens here on the first one. If we find anything unusual, we'll try and check with the ground and see how that works. But more or less, Doomben is a good place. It's a good place. They're showing Randwick Kensington.
Muscle Beach on the outside of Appanople, Military Legend, and back last is Sapito Secret. So Farfetch has raced to the lead from Charlita, and Astronomix will sit in a 3-wide position, the third. Muscle Beach is mucking up behind them, and Appanople improves its position on the fence. So Farfetch leads for home from Charlita, and Astronomix being cuddled around the bend. Appanople 2 lengths away in 4th position. Farfetched and Charlita moved up, put the head in front. Down Astronomix wound up by McDonald on the outside, and gradually it's getting there. Astronomix drawing level with Charlena. Away to Farfetch, but Astronomix now strong the last 100 metres, and Astronomix is pulling away for a dominant win despite the betting grid. Farfetched under extreme pressure has come back and might have even tipped out Charlena for second. A gap to Appanople. Military Legend got home really well. Big gap back to Sapito Secret, and Muscle Beach was at smart and other things at the run and has finished last. Strong.
And 6. Yeah. So that is coming second in line anyway. So that's not what the target is. The first in line is 3. Now, the problem with the 3 is it is going to be running a neutral. I mean, I have explained what neutrals are and how things are, but I guess you were not there at that point of time. So neutrals, when a horse is like that, so how we characterize the horses are linears, then drifts, then these EWs, then we have the neutrals. Now, how the neutrals basically behave is this, that they usually are very good horses, okay? But what happens with the neutrals are they lose the traction at the last mile. They can't pull up. And why can't they pull up? That's a different story. But what we have seen repeatedly is this, that the neutral will win in certain conditions when everything else is wrong, right? When everything else is wrong. If there is a single threat, like if there was a linear here or there was a high pressure horse here, which is not there ideally. So that puts 3 into a comfortable zone, but it is still going to run neutral. And that puts, that thing into a kind of a scene, which is probably 90% there, but 10% is still question mark. So that's the reason why I said that let's just watch. And the neutrals are neutrals. We have seen multiple times that they even after having a fantastic setup, they lost, and the reason is they were neutrals. They were running neutrals, and it was very visible on screen that they were not able to pull up. They were getting the last mile. They lost the traction at the last mile. So those things happened with the neutrals, and that has happened repeatedly. And when they win when everything else is upside down. All right, when everything else is upside down, which is the situation here today, more or less. So, but still it is going to run neutral. So that's the caution. Okay. Yeah, it's the first one, so it's better just to watch the ground, how the ground is. That's more important, how the ground is behaving. Gatekeeper, welcome back. 5. 5 is very, very volatile. 5 is very volatile. 5 is like that. In between, it is like that. And definitely the advantage is more, but that also has to be, you know, in the same line here also. It is not looking good on both these sides. So that's, I've looked at it. There is a possibility, because that might happen, but it's actually not in a great shape. It is not in a great shape. If you like 5, I would suggest maybe hold your breath. Maybe just hold it for this one. Don't get into it. But if the 5 gets in, I'll put your name on the screen. If the 5 beats the 3, because it's way too much exposure on 5. Way too much. Way too much. We needed some good numbers here. We needed some good numbers here. That's not the scene. That's a lot of exposure you're talking about. This one is also the same. It is like 7 races, did nothing in last 7 races. Is still challenger. Showing up on the 3rd line. Very difficult call on this one also. Very difficult call. Class there like that. We'll see how it works. The first one, let's just watch. 3 is better, but 3 is also not clean. 3 is better, but 3 is also not clean. The 3 is going to run neutral, which is, at times it works, at times it doesn't. If it flips, what might go wrong on this horse? Okay, what might go wrong on this horse? Let's just picturize this for a moment. So it doesn't have the right advantage or pressure. All right, so ideally it's a 2000 meter. It is going to be raved. If it gets raved, which ideally it shouldn't be. Why? Because it's a 2000 meter. It doesn't need to get raved. If the jockey decides to keep it in a healthy position and not rave it, not chase the front runners from the beginning, it is good to go. But if the jockey makes a decision to rave it from gate number 1 to hold on to the rails, then it doesn't have the strength from the pace side or the advantage side to hold on to that. It'll go out of breath. So things are not clean. Let's just be aware of that it's going to be running neutral. That's the biggest concern, that it's going to be running neutral. Modi, Elogram, my numbers today are 1734, exact a trifecta box, Doomben 1. Welcome to the chat, Modi. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see. I mean, I'm staying out for the first one. Let's see how this works. The first one is always the tricky one.
Popular here off a second at the 1800 metres, went quickly out from 14.
No, DP, my account was stolen.
Last time.
What was it? What was your previous account?
Today at Doomben, and Proud Miss is the on top for David Fowler in the first. Let's say a big hi to him. Then with low confidence, Marto, good afternoon to you. Weak race this one. When you're taking red figures about the three, well, you know, it's not a strong race, but it's probably got the best form in the race. The best form is news coming through from Stewart's broadcast. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. So Jeff Gould, our chairman of Stewart's, advising that number one in this race.
Oh, okay. Sorry to hear that, Modi.
Is requiring some farrier attention, so that's going to cause a slight delay. It's in the market too, Conqueror. It's been a firmer, in fact. Opened 10 yesterday, now $5.50, so it's almost halved its market release price. So the farrier getting to work now on Conqueror. But perhaps to be fortunate, one thing we must stress is there's no gamble with the trainers. They don't want to take it on. And the punters are happy to be on it. Started short, $1.60. I think got out about as far as probably got out to $2. Now back to $1.75. So you've got to say it's a well-backed favourite. Conqueror we've mentioned. Proud Miss getting out. It's soft in the market. Thought it had a chance. Thought the last run was good enough for this race. And I thought with the 3 kilo claim, it got some weight relief off its more fancied rivals. So, but there's no love in the market. It's soft at $5.50. And 4 still unwanted also. Soft in the betting, getting out to $6.50. Now, while we've got some time in the second race today, number one, Banks. Stewards have advised the horse will be ridden with cover if circumstances permit. It's an in-market runner. It's race 2, number 1, Banksy. We have a riding change in race 5, number 9, Mr. O'Reilly. Damien Thornton is replacing Carl Wilson Taylor, and he will ride at 55 kilos, so a kilo over the allotted weight for Mr. O'Reilly. Damien Thornton, the new rider. Doomben, on a quick backup because we're back here on Saturday as the support meeting to Magic Millions Day at the Gold Coast. Those fields came out today, so big fields too, 8 here on Saturday, the first at 12:49, to complement what is a wonderful day of racing at Aquis Park Gold Coast. Okay, let's see what's happening now at the 2,000 metre start. That farrier, or the farrier, has completed
3 is ready to run. 3 has an attitude as well.
for the first.
3 has an attitude as well. The good thing about the Australian racing is you get to see the body language of the horses, which is not visible in Hong Kong. So that's one good thing. But still the 3 is going to run neutral. That's a concern.
2 of the 7 runners have been loaded. We start with an odds-on favourite, number 3, Paratsivi Fortunum, $1.75. 3 others are single figures. Conqueror, there's been support for Conqueror, number 1, $5.50 10 fixed, but 4 still unwanted at $6.50 and 6 Proud Miss at $6 have been easy in the betting. Now, still unwanted has gone up. Proud Miss moves in. If she was 10th as good as the old Proud Miss, she'd be winning this race, although Proud Miss was a sprinter, but a brilliant sprinter. Proud Miss back over 60 years ago, now it'd be the early 60s. She ran second on a Golden Slipper, Proud Miss. Great juvenile in South Australia, but this is the Australian Proud Miss, trained by Corey and Carly Gearin. All in Mark Conqueror, here with the last one up. Field of 7 in the first, 2,020 metres the adjusted distance. And we are just about ready to go. Line is right, lights on. Starter is Brad Richardson. He has the button. Should catch them any moment. They're racing at Doomben. And the favourite began only moderately off the inside, perhaps to be fortunate, about midfield away and drifting back. Let's go to the front, and Conqueror is striding forward boldly. The well-back second favourite is alongside, still unwanted of the early stages. Just poking up inside that pair, or attempting to, was Charm Choice, but it got a little tight, so the jock grabbed hold. Brabus on its outside, and 3 wide into that bend. I am that guy. Then perhaps to be fortunate, and Miss Chamonix settles in last position. They work up the side now towards the 1,400 metres, only about 6 lengths span them, and still unwanted leads the way by length to Conqueror up in second. I'm that guy is racing in third, but he's 3 wide as they turn to the back. He's in previous position. Then came Charm Choice, fourth on the rail, inside of Proud Miss. She's travelling fifth, one off the inside. About 2.5 away, Miss Chamonix. And over on the inside, perhaps to be fortunate as last. And the favourite is in last position, 5 off the lead on the fence. They're halfway home as they head down the back straight with just over 1,000 left to run. And still unwanted as coasting out in front, getting the easiest of times. Leads by a neat length to Conqueror, sitting up well in second, getting a good run. Third was I'm that guy over on the outside of Charm Choice. Still 2.5 to Proud Miss. Perhaps to be fortunate is now on the improving side of Proud Miss, and they've dropped off Miss Chamonix 2 to 3 lengths off last. On the side of the course, heading towards the 600 metres, still unwanted in front, but Conqueror is now putting the acid on the outside as they head inside the 600 metres. The third position was being held by Charm Choice, making steady ground. Perhaps to be fortunate in fourth, being fell 4, still about 4 lengths to make up. Proud Miss can't go, then Miss Chamonix and I'm that guy dropped out. Homeward bound Conqueror on the outside, someone on the inside are in a duel currently from Charm Choice in third. Perhaps to be fortunate is wearing away. He's still there with some hope, the favourite. Here he comes now, and all of a sudden Miss Chamonix getting right up behind them, and Proud Miss down the outside. Perhaps to be fortunate, ran to the lead, he gets clear, and the favourite will win.
3-6. 3-6-1.
And Miss Chamonix on third. Again to the leaders, still unwanted of Conqueror. They folded up later in the Charm Choice.
3-6-1. That was a fantastic run with that jog, was fantastic. 3-6-1 or 7?
3-6-7. 1 all run.
3-6-7.
Week underway with 7 races to come there with David. Second event from Strathalbyn.
3-6, yes.
Seconds from now, let's head straight to the bookies and have a look at what's happening very late in the piece. Kappa Crucis is the favourite. 260 under $3.10. Move.
The jog did a fantastic job. I was actually worried about what he will do. If he did the right thing, he did not stress it. He did not stress it. He knew exactly what he was carrying, and he knew exactly how this thing should be done, and he did absolute justice to this. Absolute justice. So it is 3-6-7. The 7 got third. 3-6-7 and then 1. The 4 did not get a chance. The 4 did not get a chance. It dropped here and here. So if we look through this, 3-6, the 4 did not get through with that. The 7 actually knocked it out here. It was on the third line, right? 3-6 on the second line, 3-6, and the third line was the blue line, which was here. Played okay. We'll go to the next. Let's see how it's. 3-4 has been scratched. There are no 3 and 4. 2-1-7-9. So what is happening here is this, that it is going to be a 1600 meter, which is shorter than this, which also means that the same strategy that was played on 3 is not going to be something that can work here. The strategy that was played on 3 was this, that the horse did not have the pressure line and it did not have the highest advantage, but it was good numbers up here. It was running neutral. The jock took a right decision of not raving it, not trying to chase the rails, and it won. But that is not the scene here. It is a 1600 meters, so ideally here the gate numbers will matter matter a lot. And what are the consequences that are going to happen? So for a 1600 meter, the problem is this, that if you're from a wider gate and if you have to do something in this race, that will be of a risky proposition. Why? Because if you rave that horse, let's say the 2, which is the favorite, is getting out from gate number 7. Okay, now from gate number 7, the strategy on this horse is very simple, that it is going to get raved, because it is from gate number 7. If that keeps the same strategy as number 3, it will cover a lot of distance from gate number 7, which is going to be more than 1, more than 6, more than 9, more than 7, more than 5, more than 11, everybody else. So that is a very wide gate, and from that wide gate, if it is raved, it will lose the breadth at the last 350, 360, whatever that last mile is, which is less than 400, I think. And I'll just quickly check. $350. So that's 350. So that puts two into a kind of a situation where it might go out of breath if it gets raved from gate number 7. So that's a risky proposition. And also it is not of the top line. So that's one of the scene. It is a high class horse than the rest. Apart from 1, which is from gate number 1, it is also not doing great here. It is on the 3rd line. This is also not doing great here, which is on the which is giving a little thing. The 7 is the same story, which is going to be from gate number 6. The question is between 1 and 9, probably. Now, if we look at 1, it's a very high class horse, has a very good hand, has a fantastic jock today. That's true. That's one way of looking at it. The second thing is that this is not doing great here. The 9, which is a 3-year-old filly, is a fantastic horse. It is a challenger horse. It is again going to be running neutral from gate number 4. Does it have a great jock? No, but the jock is a dedicated jock. He's got a couple of races with this horse, and though he did not do anything, but today this horse is like, today this horse is like the story here. All right, this is the challenger. And that's what it is. On the other flip side, the leverage on this horse is kind of falling down here. The highest leverage is on 1, but it is not doing well. The second one is also like that. So 2 is a dicey proposition. 2 is a dicey proposition. And the thing is, though it the 1 is the highest rated, but it falls here. Okay, it has a great jock. All that is good, but how will a 1600 meter work depends on how things are played by the horse at the last mile. So 1 definitely has a lot of support line for the last mile. 1 definitely has that, but here it becomes a little dicey. So whether it will be, it has the advantage, but whether it is in a position to use that advantage is a question which I don't have an answer for. The thing which is falling on is this one, the 9, which is a challenger. So it is practically here challenging everybody up above, is doing good, but that's a challenger going to run neutral. So I think it is between 1 and 9, and 2 is in a dicey position. 1 is with a very good jock. It's a very high class horse, but it is not doing well. 9 is a challenger, is doing well, better than them, but it is a challenger. 2 and 7, they're coming from wider gates. It is going to be difficult for wider gates at this stage. The inner gates are more preferable. The only one which is in a good shape from the inner gate is 9. Then it starts falling down. So my understanding is this, that 2 is in trouble. 2 is in trouble. 2 has to be ridden very tactfully. 2 has to be ridden very tactfully. It has to be ridden like the other day when that a 1600 meter, it has to be kept wide. You cannot chase the rails. You have to be going through your sequential line, which is definitely not there. So you have to follow the sequence of gate number 7, and you have to keep it wide from the gate number 7. You cannot chase the rails. If you try to chase the rails, you will go out of gas. So if all those conditions are met and the jockey takes, again, if the jockey takes the right decision on 2, then maybe. But this is more complex than this, okay? This is more complex than the first one, because for the first one, it was a 2000 meter. It was not a very tactical ride. It was a decision that the horse cannot be raved. He did not rave the horse. He gave it the right breather, which it had. But here, it's not the same. It is not the same. It's a 1600 meter. And here, the objective is to rave. But if it gets raved from gate number 7 at 350, it'll probably give up. So 2 is dicey. It relies entirely on the jockey decision. 1, which is the highest class, is not doing exactly well. And then there are younger horses to challenge, and this is going to run neutral. So, yeah, probably I think it's between 1 and 9. If the 1 wins, it'll win because of the class. And if it loses, it'll lose because of its form. So, that's the dilemma of the race. That is the dilemma of the race. If it wins, it'll win because of this and the jock. If it loses, it'll lose because of this. And the one which is challenging is again a neutral, which is doing better than that, but the class difference is huge. The jock is rightly aligned because they are all in advantage model. You don't need one of the orange guys here. But this is a dedicated jock on 9. Not that they have won. The flip side of the story is they're like that. So, between 1 and 2, I believe it is 1. Between 1 and 9, I believe it is 9. But then they're like that. So, it's a risky proposition. Things are not very in a comfortable zone. Things are not in a very comfortable zone. Use your discretion. Use your understanding and logics into this, because this thing can backfire, and this thing has all the recipes to backfire. This thing has all the recipes to backfire. What what basically the odds are suggesting is that they are the two high class horses and they have the two good jocks on them. So that's what the odds are suggesting. But what the odds can't see is what is happening here. And probably they are also not considering the fact that this is a 1600 meter and the 2 is going to come from gate number 7, which puts it into a kind of a dicey position and a very tactful ride. It is not a linear, it is like a drift. It doesn't have pressure, which is okay. It doesn't need to have pressure, but it has to be in a good form line, which is missing. The same is here, which is missing. This is on the third line. This is on the borderline third line. The front line is 9 and 7. 7 is gate number 6 and 9 is gate number 4. 7 is a class above. This is a challenger. So, though the tendencies are towards 9, but it's a challenger, their management is bleeding, it is going to be running neutral. So things are not clear on 9 as well. Can it go wrong? It can go wrong. Lee, welcome back. Randwick itself is playing very, very weird for the last few weeks, and Kensington is like, a step above. Kensington basically is a test and trial kind of a track where they get all zombie horses from God knows where, and things go upside down unless they are in the right time, and this is not one of those times when one can go to Kensington, because the Randwick itself is, the Royal Randwick is itself playing upside down. If Royal Randwick was playing good, there was still a hope that Kensington would work normal, but Randwick itself is upside down. What hope can one have on Kensington? I don't know. Yes, they are, Lee. They are upside down. God knows what bit them. They've been bitten by a different variety of bug that we don't know. But how they are behaving is not exactly Randwick-like behavior. Race to 1. We'll take a look at the horses at the gates of the paddock if they show. I mean, I kind of find it at times Yes, and I think because of the change of the season and they're preparing for the spring carnival and all that, they kind of bringing in very, very difficult races. The constructions are very fragile, and it's not a healthy place, bottom line. Not at this point. We'll see if this Saturday, I don't know whether we have this Saturday we have Randwick or not. But if we have Randwick, because last week we have Flemington, I'm expecting Randwick to be there this Saturday. If this week also Randwick goes upside down, then we'll hold on to that thought for a while and not step into that ground for some time. But we're going to be very conservative this time if we are playing we are at Randwick. NVM, who's NVM? One looks okay, but can it backfire? Yes. Eleven infected rapper 1 11. One looks okay, but can it backfire? Yes, one can backfire. If it wins, it'll win because of the class factor. If it loses, it'll lose because of the form factor. So it's a difficult. I mean, it's a risk, right? It's a risk with one. Just because it has the class and a jock on a 1600 meter, will it be able to survive is a question that is not properly answered. If that's not properly answered, that becomes a little dicey. Where I'm leaning towards is 9, where I'm losing confidence every moment because of the management, the class, the neutral factor, all that. So my confidence is very low on this particular race. Things can go wrong, and things can go wrong in a very, very bad way. Things can go wrong in a very bad way. So we'll see how that works. I don't know. 1, 2, 6, 7, any order. Modi says, but the good thing about Doomben is I mean, can we blindly believe Doomben? The answer is no. But there's a very peculiar urge that happens at Doomben that you want to believe Doomben. It's a very peculiar itch that you want to believe Doomben. But can you believe Doomben blindly? No.
It's Blighty's home, 16 to 15, and artistic touch number 5 for Martin. 21.26, backing to $29. Forging Ahead, the favourite. David likes it. We join him. Forging Ahead has certainly tightened up since we last spoke to the National Racing Service. I think it was $1.75, now $1.55. So Punters happy to take the short odds. Just tracing its path. It went up 3.20 second favourite yesterday. Banksy actually went up the favourite. That was quickly reversed, and since then the trend has been one way. Short and short and short. $1.55 to Forging Ahead. So that sees Banksy number one get out to $3.80. And the others, well, the next pick of the market is Carnival Fudge. $15. It's doubled its price from this morning. Frankly Sublime at $15. It's doubled its price as well. So Punters saying the favourite looks the winner. Banksy, though, the only one given some sort of chance to beat it. Now they're moving in well. Second race of the day. Running a distance of 1,615 metres. The favourite won the first. They're absolutely fortunate for Daniel Moore and John Holcomb was able to grind down the leaders and then stave off some late challenges to win by nearly a length. Favourite here, Forging Ahead, now $1.65. So got to $1.55, back to $1.65. Banksy just trimming up 10 cents from 380 to 370. Last two runs have been below par.
One should be there.
Can do better. We'll see what happens.
Win place is a good one. One should be there unless it is absolutely out of its wits.
Chris Waller.
One should be there, but the question is, will it win?
Starters on the sand. Red light turned on. Favourite drawn towards the outside of the red and green colours. They're racing now. And Forging Ahead came out of the second half of the field. Artistic Touch began well. Banksy's got speed up on its inside. Frankly Sublime and Holidash are going forward, as is Escape Beach in those red and white colours as they round the first bend. Blighty's Hope settling midfield, then Forging Ahead. Caramel Fudge Sunday and our Sassy Princess. She settles in last position. They were chopping and changing for a while. They travelled by the 1,200 metres, and eventually Escape Beach takes control. Frankly Sublime was just poking up on the inside, but still does so the lead is actually one wide, but it will now cross to the rail, and Holiday's third park one off the fence. Then two to Blighty's Hope racing fourth, outside of Artistic Touch, fifth on the rail. Now Forging Ahead and Banksy, the two big guns of the market, they travel together in the second half of the field. Forging Ahead outside of Banksy, and then three to the tail end pair, Caramel Fudge Sunday and Our Sassy Princess. 700 metres left to run, Escape Beach 3/4, Frankly Sublime getting closer. Holiday 3-1 all the way. Blighty's Hope just behind them. Over on the inside was Artistic Touch. And then Forging Ahead and Banksy. They both seem to be travelling well within themselves. Forging Ahead will try and make a run between horses. Banksy looks like sticking to the fence. Then Caramel Fudge Sunday. And Our Sassy Princess has always been last. In the straight by the 300 metres. Escape Beach now being monstered by Frankly Sublime. Here's Forging Ahead running on strongly with Banksy 2 lengths behind it. Forging Ahead. The favourite is looming large. Banksy still a length behind it, but now coming strongly. Forging
One.
gone. Banksy
1, 2, 9. 1, 2, 9.
Frankly Sublime, Artistic Touch, Blighty's Hope.
Boom!
Trailer after a wide run was Holiday.
Money one!
Top of Forging Ahead to beat it in the flat range across the Dutch, and it's 1-2-9-7 to race to Ace Fifth Doomben. 8th event tomorrow.
The one went through. One, 2, 9.
If you're new here, let me quickly set the
It
context
feels
before we
very
start.
weird.
On this channel,
that
we look at
Modi
horse racing through
is-
data, race structure,
in
and
horse
risk,
racing.
not tips or hype.
Modi is the
Instead of
name of
jumping
our
straight
prime
to
minister here
who
in
will
India.
win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the
So
stream.
that's it.
Think of
The
this as the
one.
engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a
We'll
race
go to the
card.
next three.
By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act.
2415.
When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race.
241.
Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
The odds are right. 2 is the right favorite. 2 is the right favorite from every angle. Okay. So if we look through this, then that's 2. If we look through this, then that is 2. If we look through this, then 4 comes up top, but this is a higher class, and that's a 6-year-old gilding. This is a 4-year-old gilding with a higher class. And if we look through this, then 1 comes up, which is the highest, but it is on the 3rd line or the 4th line here on the form line. So 2 is the right odd. Now, and it is also the youngest with an inner gate. Should not be a problem. But here's the flip side. Flip side is it is going to be running 0. Okay, so everybody else has advantage over it. Everybody else has advantage over it. It's a very tight spot for this guy because it is neutral here. It is running 0 here. It is the right odd that should happen, and the only thing that might go wrong. Okay, so generally zeros don't win, but where and when? So zeros don't win when it is a tier 1 track and we have a pressure line, very strong pressure line going on, or a very strong advantage line going on with the class factors. That's when zeros don't win. But today here it's a 0, the form line is okay, and there is not much action going on anywhere else. So this basically is when it is neutral here, it is the last mile. When it is neutral here, it is when it is 0 here, it actually what it says when it is 0, that it doesn't have a carrying condition. Now carrying condition is either an advantage or a pressure line. How that backfires when the pressure line is like the ones that we usually see at the tier 1 tracks, when this will go about 50, 60, 100, 120, 30. That's when zeros are in trouble. Or when the advantage line is with a higher class and it is running above 30%, then this is also a problem. Does this mean that the 2 is clean? No, the 2 is not clean. The 2 definitely is not clean for multiple reasons, because it's running neutral here, it is going to be 0. Is it worth taking a shot? Yes, because there's no other factors which basically is looking like in between, which doesn't look like there is any other factor which is in between. This one, the one which is the highest class, is a 7-year-old gilding over a 1600 meter. It's here, but the form line is not great. The advantage is there more than this, but it is a 7-year-old gilding. Okay, and the problem is this, that whenever this guy is here on top, they fail, and I don't know why they fail. Whenever you give them this top position about the top 2 here, the drift, they fail. Though that's not the largest drift. The largest drift is here, which is 6. Okay, which is also not doing great. There is a huge challenge. It's not of the class. This is here. So both of them are 7-year-old gilding. How big a threat they possess over the 2 is minimal. It is minimal because it's 1600 meter. It is going to be from gate number 4, the neighboring gate, but the form line is not great. This is slightly lower in class, running neutral. All that is good. all that is good, but we'll see how that works in the system. But 2 looks promising. The 2 looks good. Is the first one through the rails. The form line is okay. Then definitely it is the 4 is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 1 with the highest, which is here. This is 7. So ideally, if it works the right way, 2 should win. Then it should be between 1 and 4, where 1 definitely has an advantage, but there are others who are there. So those are very far-fetched story because they're not doing great here. This one, the 8, is the challenger, which is here. Is on the 3rd line. So 15-9 plus 64, 15-9, 60. I'm not going to believe that will happen. 6, gate number 6. No. This is gate number 1, which is like that. So 1, 4, 3, 1. 2, 1, 4, probably. 2, 1, and 4, probably. If it plays right. But 2 should win. Unless that thing kicks in so heavy that it is not able to move. Should not happen. It's a 4-year-old gelding. The jock is good. We had the same jock on 1. So that's the same jock who just won. Now, that was a 1600 meter. This is also a 1600 meter. So this guy is rightly balanced. Should work. 2 should win. Let's see. I like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1 is a 7-year-old. That's the highest class. You are right about that. That's the 1, 2. Then you're right. Then then this one is also there, which is the class, which is we can see 1, 2, 3, and 4. You're right about that. But both of these horses are 7-year-olds. So I don't know how this 7-year-old from gate number 5 is going to behave. It has a very dedicated jock, but the problem that will probably be there is definitely 5, which is there within the odds, and the other one, which is a challenger, because it is a drop-in class here, has some strong numbers. It's a challenger. I don't know how that thing is going to get placed, but it's a kind of a situation where 2 is young. Okay, the upside with 2 is young. The horse is young. It's a 1600 meter, so even if it is pressed, it is okay because it is the youngest. And that is the upside over this horse, which is a 7-year-old gelding. But more or less that's there. But when it comes to the age factor and the track advantage, then definitely 2, if we consider that to be pressure line here, these guys are already in trouble. So if this plays all right, it should be here, which we will consider as a pressure line, because this is not this, not this. This is in between. So that's a 0. Then it'll definitely either rise or fall. So rise is here, which are both 7-year-old gelding, and they are coming from very wide gates. So I doubt that it'll go to a rise. So probably it'll go to a fall, and the highest fall is here, which is also the right factor. So it should be here, then it is a rise, and then it is a rise where? Is it a 7-year-old gilding with the class, or is it here with the other one which is not there, or somewhere else? So the one is there because of the class, okay, but that's a 7-year-old gilding. 2 is good because that's young, the line looks good, the jock looks good, but it's going to be running neutral here and 0 here, which is okay. So it should be here. Then if it wants to rise, it cannot rise here. Both of them are wide gates, 7-year-old. Not that it is a huge rise, but still, whatever it is there, and they're also not of the class. So then there are high class horses with the advantage, which is here. So it should ideally be here and then fall here, then rise here. And then drop. Then drop where? This is the challenge. Probably here, because that's a form line which is a little difficult to believe what it will do. But here, it should ideally be here, but that's like that. But then I think from here it will drop here. So 8. Let's see how that works. Those are like very far-fetched stories that we are cooking here. That I will be very lucky if the 2 gets home and we are all happy. But ideally it should be 2, 4, 1, and then 8. If nothing else pops up. Ron Young, welcome to the chat. Thank you for being here, my friend. Three 5-8 Modi. 3-5-8-3. 3 is from gate. So you're dealing, Modi, you're dealing benchmark 78. Okay. So for benchmark 78, gate number 5 is not a problem. What is a problem is this. Okay. What is a problem is this. So if that is taken care of, and then probably you're right. But the flip side is your exposure is huge, because you're trying to believe a 7-year-old gilding which with a form line which doesn't satisfy is going to beat a 4-year-old gilding of the same class with a better form line. So that's something that you're swimming against the tide, which is nice, which is good, but that also is a very strong tide. Vishwa Modi. Bishwa, welcome back. Modi, thank you for bringing in Bishwa. Bishwa was here. Thank you for doing that, Modi. Thank you so much for doing that. I think I'm seriously blessed with, having friends like I do. I mean, this channel wouldn't be able to survive if people don't voluntarily, support the channel. It becomes very difficult without a little support. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you to everybody. I mean, I have no words to thank. I don't know if you have seen the previous races that we were doing last year. It would have been very difficult for me to survive with this channel. And the strongest support that I have gotten is from the friends that I've made worldwide here in this channel. And I can't explain how grateful I am to all of you. PC has been there from day one. Tuna has been there. Now I have more friends, and they're bringing in more friends into this channel, which is why I feel that I'm blessed. And I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart for doing this. If we need to survive with this, we need a little support. A little support will take us a long way. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for doing this. Thank you so much, Modi, for doing this. Gatekeeper, thank you for bringing in all your friends. Stretch, thank you so much for doing this. Stay blessed, Modi. Thank you for saying that. But seriously, thank you. Yeah, the thing is, Stretch, I have, my entire family has been into racing for a very long time. I've grown up in this environment. I've always seen my uncles and my dad, they've been government employees, but they've been always very interested in horse racing. And every Saturday I used to watch my uncles and my dad sit across the table, discuss horses and their chances and all that. So I grew up in that kind of an environment, But growing up in that environment, I also have seen some very, tragic situations which actually ruined families, and a lot of hopes, they went down the drain. And while I was considering that I will get into a YouTube channel, I had two options. I either could have gone with a financial channel like everybody else, doing stocks and indices and all that, or I could have done something like this. So I chose this. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, here what we do is, Ronnie, I try to stick to the numbers, other than throwing jargons and a clarity on what exactly the science and physics is going to play as a role on each race. So this takes time. It's not something that can be built over a fortnight. It took me 2 years to reach wherever we are today, and I still lack confidence in many situations. But yes, we're working on it, and I'm sure that there's going to be a time when my confidence is going to be way higher than what it is right now. It is still half baked. It is still not a full story, but we will be able to do this. We will be able to do this. It's just a matter of time. What we have is one side of the story, which is the horses. Okay, horses are one side, and that's just one side of the dynamics. The other side is the track. Each and every track has its own dynamics. Each and every track has its own story to tell. So that we still don't have. Tuna, we were just talking about you. Welcome back, Tuna. So we still don't have the track side, and I'm trying to build up the track side as well, so that we have a clarity on how the physics of the track plays. Which gate, which track. Geelong too. Geelong is playing. The 2-1-4. Probably that's the right. Probably that should happen. They're like all 7-year-old. We will be very blessed if the 2 gets home. So let's just hope the 2 gets home. Geelong is delayed. Geelong is like delayed like nobody's business now. 5 minutes. Tuna 7. It has a dedicated jock. You're banking on something which doesn't have the form line right now, Tuna, but it has a dedicated jock. I don't know how that be of help, but it has a dedicated jock, has the physics to run through from gate number 2. That's a good sign, but the problem is here it is not of the same class.
I'm in Soho, $20 chance with bookmakers, won't be taking its place as Turquoise Parrot. Theo Nugent takes another turn. Here's Bordito, the debutante. Under the circumstances, has handled this delay pretty well, as we're some 6 to 7 minutes past advertised starting time. So the starter heads over to the platform. Turquoise Parrot is now coming along. And I haven't received any word about I'm in Soho yet, but it must be coming out, because the last... So Havana Moon goes in, completes the line. Haven't heard a thing about I'm in Soho, but I'm assuming it's a late scratching. But what's happened here? Another one's broken through the front. Inspiring. Number 4, Inspiring, has broken through. So we have a further delay here before the start of this first race on the program. So,
Dramas are plenty there at Geelong, so that'll go to Sky Racing 2, and eventually they send them away on race number 1 there. We've already one out, now we've got another one to be vetted, Inspiring. So we move on here on Sky Racing 1 to the third event, Doomben. Let's have a look at what's happening very late in the trade with the bookies, where Brindavan, the favourite, $1.95 is into $1.80. With that push, it is comfortably the best back. There's very little happening.
1, 2, 4, 5.
Noble Conqueror 440 out to 5, Noble Seal 550 out to 6, rest double figures for Thrillsters, Flying Bat number 8 for CJ Graham and Alan Chow is $41 into $31. Noble Conqueror is like that's not on top of this man, David Fallon.
Sorry, the poll was late.
Doesn't seem like we're getting anything from the track at this stage. Number 2, Brindavan, $85.50 for Naval Seal and $5.50 for Noble Conqueror now. Back to David.
Last few coming up, Brindavan at $1.80, a clear cut favourite. 1 Naval Seal and 4 Noble Conqueror, each at $5.50.
Easily to win.
Now we're just about
Who should win?
Cat Deal and the Black Club colours moves up. Now they're all in. Racing handicap, race 3 at Doomben. Brindavan an odds-on favourite, they're racing. Brindavan began as well as anything. Noble Conqueror on the inside was nicely into stride. Tahinga showing its customary speed, as is Flying Bat. They pair off early. Tahinga and the Flying Bat. Basil's Bay went up to third. Around the first bend, but it's 3 deep, then Vermilion Kieran. Noble Conqueror only about 5th on the rail. Brindavan after the neutral start drifts back to 6th, then Naval.
Tuna like Randwick and yeah, Tuna. The thing is, Randwick has been playing very difficult off late. Who doesn't like Randwick? Randwick is fabulous, but
in third position, travelling 3 wide,
that
doing it tough.
track has been playing off late very foul.
Race, 5th over on the inside. Now the favourite Brindavan is parked in 6th position, 1 off the rail, about 4 off the lead at the
It's
halfway
okay.
mark.
Run. The jock is okay. Kept it wide, not trying to reach the rails. It's okay.
Basil's Bay will sleep well, never closer than 3 deep. Noble Conqueror,
Right, bring it home, baby. And this is where you push the button.
The jock in to make a move, but does look to be travelling fairly well. Now pulls to the outside to launch its claim, and Cat Deal turns.
Alright, now this is where you gotta do that thing. Run, baby. If you don't run, you don't win. It's a horse race. Don't be a donkey. Don't be a donkey, baby.
Joining in dangerously. 100 left to run. Brindavan raced up at the lead. Left lead for Noble Conqueror.
And that is what it is.
Noble Conqueror. Follows
2.
Naval Seal. Then Cat Deal, followed by Vermilion Kieran.
2-4.
Flying Bat and Basil's Bay. Second last and last. Brindavan, Ryan Maloney for Tony Gollan.
Brilliant.
Second last position and moving up to the leading division at about the 150. And I think one with something in hand.
So it's 2 betting 4, 3 prominent the third, 1 takes a late dive. Thought it might miss, thought it might be 2, 4, 3, 1 there. Just wait for the judge to confirm. Race to race double, Ryan Maloney, Brindavan.
2, 4, 3, 1.
On favourite, no luck at Geelong. So I'm in Soho was a late scratching, Inspiring was past 5th.
2, 4. Then 3. And then 1. Two, 4. So that was good. 2 and 4 drops here. I had a feeling it'll drop here, but where will it rise? here or here. They were not possible. It was here or here. They were the same leverage point. This was a higher class, but they generally fail from there. This is the problem. I don't know why they fail from there. Whenever you give them everything in the platter, they will fail. So that was the confidence that I had on 4, that the 4 is here and it's a strong line. It'll go. So do 4. Then it was 3. It rose here, and then it went to the class. We'll go to the next. Four and 7 has been scratched. 1, 2, 6, and 8. So we are going to be dealing with a 1350 of a class 3. Now the class 3 is basically about benchmark 65, I think 60 to 65, something on those lines. Now here let's understand what's going on. So 2 and 1, which are the top 2 favorites, okay, are the class horses. But the one which is looking better, which is this one, this 2, is okay. It is a horse, but the jockey has a relationship with the horse, so there's no problem in terms of execution of this horse, as in like the arrangement is okay. But the problem is gate number 7. It's still benchmark 65. The problem is gate number 7. So that's a problem. The 1, which is the favorite, is going to run 0. All right. Where the problem occurs is here. And now this guy is here. This is where they fail. Okay, this is where they fail, and there is no clarity why they fail. If you look at what was 1 here and what is 1 here, they are in the identical situation. The one here was like this, had a high CR. This is like that. This is like that. It's still here. That was a 1600. This is a 1350, which is approximately 1400. Now, so they generally fail from here. That's the first thing. Second thing for 2, that's a gate number 7, which is a wide gate. It's high in terms of class, but that's a wide gate. The 6 is the power line, which is here, but that jock is a mismatch. Okay, that jock is a mismatch. So where will it go? Eight has an issue. 8 is not doing exactly well. It is getting into negative. That's the linear. That's a wide gate. So 1, 2. $13.50 will require some amount of pressure for sure, but what amount? 8. That is the highest leverage point, but here it becomes difficult. That is not the right thing. 39, 6, 12. Here it is 3, 39. What a higher class going to run neutral with a jock. This is also not in a great shape. This is 6-year-old. So yeah, the 1 is, I mean, visually the 1 is the right odd, but that may not work. Why it may not work? Because we have seen this guy failing from here repeatedly. This guy fails from here whenever the drift is up here. Whenever the drift is up here, like here, it was up here, though it was a 7-year-old gilding. Okay, let's give it a benefit of doubt that it is not a 7-year-old gilding, it's a 4-year-old gilding, and it is here. But the problem still remains that it's the drift. The problem still remains, it is the drift. The 6, which is in a better shape, is a lower class with a wider gate, with a better form. Jockey is a mismatch. Where the jockey is a match, the pressure drops and the form drops. But the class is better than this. But the horse is older. And the 8, which is the linear, is running negative. Okay. This becomes wide. But this is going to be a 1350. 1350. 1350. Yeah, very relaxed here. That the hand is good. The balance strikes. This doesn't work. See, the odds are right, but they fail from here, and it has been repeatedly. It has been so many times that it has failed from here that I don't know how to express this. They have failed, and they have failed numerous times. The entire arrangement is good. This is like here, but here it becomes 0, which is one question. Now we have pressure line because it is a 1350. Now if we have pressure line, then there's a form line here that falls on class, but it's a linear. It's a little wider gate. This becomes drift. It's a problem. It's a problem. Six. If that goes through the low pressure, that will not work. 6. Then 2. 7. That this thing strikes. Is that what it is? I like the 6, but there are conditions with 6 also. The jockey is a mismatch. How good that jock is going to be on this horse is a kind of a very big question, which is very difficult to judge because it is not rightly aligned. So what happens when these guys are in green? Okay, so when it is a pace model like a 1200, 1300, 1000 meter race and the jockeys are not rightly aligned, then if for some reason this thing falls behind any of the horse and he needs to change the sequence from here to overtake the other horse, he can't do that. He will fail. He can't do that because of his body weight. He will not be able to do that. The horse will not work. We've just seen that last Saturday because the jock was misaligned and he was not able to bring it up. We've just seen that. So that's the problem with 6. 1 is the right odd, but they fail from there. 2, which is the next in line, has good arrangement as well, but it is the class 3 benchmark 65 or something, it's from gate number 7. Too wide to believe what will happen from there. 1, 6, both are both have their own costs. 1 has the class, but it is here as this. They fail from there. Go to run 0 is the favorite. The form line is on the 4th. 6 is good. Falls in class, jockey misalignment. This is not a jockey misalignment. Why? Because the pressure is not there. Okay, it's a green guy with no pressure, so that's not a jockey misalignment. That's okay. This is a jockey misalignment because this is a pressure model, and if it falls behind for any reason, Like if this horse is in front of this horse, and he needs to overtake this guy, he will not be able to do that. That is where he will fail. I don't know. I guess 9 is a place. I think 9 is a place. Could be a third, maybe. Could be a third or a second. The first two positions are both dicey. Both dicey. 1 is dicey. It is like that. 2 is dicey because it is from gate number 7. The 6, which I like, is jockey misalignment. But that 9 is on the second line in most of the cases, has a good hand. So that also has a dedicated jock. And if we look from here, so the 9 comes up here, okay? Though this is here, it's a better class with a jock, but this thing has an advantage. It's a drop in class. And here it is better. 25, 21, this is 46, 36, 32. That's a 4-year-old from gate number 8. This is a 5-year-old from gate number 6. So that 9 is a check. That thing can probably be of a place, but I don't know about these two. One and 2 are questionable. 6 is also. 8 definitely is in trouble. We know that. So how that will work is something that I don't know. Maybe the favorite will win, but my concern is this, that I have seen them failing from here so many times. My confidence goes upside down for these horses. When the drift is up here and you give them everything in platter, they will make a mess of it. So it's a pass for me. I don't know. 9 could be of a place. Larry 1, 3, 5, 9. 1, 3, 5, 8, and 9 will narrow it down. Gatekeeper, pass. Yes, pass, please. Don't get into this. This doesn't look right. Mixed sexes, stretch. Mixed sexes are problem when they're like colt and fillies. They are very difficult races because they get sexually aroused. This is gilding, and there's only one horse. You're right, it's a mixed sex here, but if you look at the connecting gate, so that's 7, then we come here, which is a gilding, and then 6, which is also a gilding. The gate number 6, which is also a gilding. The mare, which is 4-year-old, is from gate number 4, but you never know what has happened at the stables. You don't know what has happened at the paddock level, at the stables. Maybe they have fallen in love. Maybe they're like, oh, I'm all yours, baby. So all those things are possible. So you're right that it's a mixed sex. So horse and mare together, definitely that's an issue. Things can go wrong. Things can go wrong. Yes, Yes, because if the horse gets sexually aroused, it will start following the filly. The filly will not win and will not let the horse win as well. So that's a common thing that happens with the mixed sex. You're absolutely spot on that stretch. And I mean, we have faced this so badly. Now it is like we don't get that many mixed sex races. I don't know for what reason, but even last year also, especially at in Victoria, there used to be about two to three races with colts and fillies. Only colts and fillies. Every time it went upside down. Either a gilding will win or a rig will win. Those are bad things. It's a mixed sex, you're right. And I'm so glad that you brought up that thing. You know, I was almost missing to touch that topic, that it is a mixed sex. And yes, thank you for bringing that up. It's a mixed sex. It's a horse which is there. You don't know what has happened at the paddock level. They might have been in like a Romeo Juliet kind of a relationship by now. So things can go dicey. Three five nine. 359 9 9 9 is probably there on the second or the third line. 9 probably is there. If that 4-year-old mare fails, then probably 9 is there in some form. The mare failing is a huge chance because of the misalignment of the jock. Plus, it's a mixed sex. Our handsome boy is from gate number 7, which makes it difficult for him. 1 fails from here. God knows what it'll do. But 9 probably is there. For that, 6 has to fail. Or maybe 6 will win. God knows. This is a very, very dangerous recipe. It's a very dangerous recipe. Yeah. I mean, not every race is something that one needs to step in. We've we've done well so far. We've got the first 1, 2, 3. The first 3 races we've got them. The fourth one, probably time to get a drink. It's not that every race is something that one needs to step in. Take a break. Get something to drink. Dows, welcome back. The 8 in Geelong, race 2. Black Book 8. Geelong. Five, 6, I think. Five, 8, 9. 5, 8, 9. Geelong. Yeah.
Bit of ace, just back to Geelong. Crackerjack Hatcher made no more. It starts 6 and playing well. Your top pick, Coda.
Yeah, look, she couldn't have had a better run. I know they drew well, but she couldn't have panned out a lot better. It could have been those leaders sort of cutting each other up. The favourite was out the back and joined in at the right time. She should have been good enough to win, and win she did. And just shows you what you can do when you get the right race motor.
6 races to come at Geelong. Sounds like he had a good holiday anyway. Fourth event from Doomben, a class 3 at 13.50. Late with the bookies. Last come out of the topic 4.20 into 4. Wrap it up 4.24.40 back to $4.20. And there's money for Enterprise Attack 8.50 into 7.50 for Real Thrill, says Reggae Fire number 10. 91, 101 back into $81. Send to David.
This is a clustered market here, this race, Mardo. 7 runners from $4 to $7, the price range. So last command, $4, ramp it up $4.20. There's no move up as yet. You've still got time to bet, but they will load shortly. Yes, they're the top 4. Last command, now $3.90.
6 looks beautiful, but the jockey is misaligned.
Carnival 550 getting out of the market.
The jockey is misaligned on that on that horse.
Enterprise attack at 8. News coming through from Stewart's broadcast. Right. Yep. Thanks, Jeff. Okay, so we'll have a delay here. Near hind plate has to be refixed on last command. It requires farrier attention, number 1. It is the current favourite of $3.80, so...
Yeah, change the shoe of the favorite at the gates. That's the thing that you must do. Do that.
Refixed. So that will constitute a delay. They're all behind the gates. We might send it back to you, Mardo. You can clear some commitments, and we'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes with race 4 at Doomben.
Right. So farrier work on the toppy required.
Now they're changing the shoe at the last moment for the favorite. What kind of a joke is that?
Let's look ahead to the 6th event at Tari, which is due in about 3 minutes from now. And on the tab trade, odds favourite, my computer will hurry up, is Fiery Piastri, number 3. And it went up at 2 minutes and it tightens into $1.70.
They were sleeping all the entire time. Now they realize, oh, the favorite needs a new shoe to run.
Number 7 went up at $7.50, late $9.50 into $6.50, back to $7. Major flirt out of the 5 boxes, $5.50 out to $8.
Yeah, the electric shoes.
$5.50 out to $9. The other one in single figures.
Those are electric shoes.
8 for race number 6 at Tari, just under 3 minutes away. Also closing in on the 5th event from Strathalbyn. Let's have a look at the marketplace there in South Australia for you, where the favourite is Warrandyte Road.
Yeah, so what were they doing? I mean, why at the last moment change shoes and do all that circus?
It's $10 into $6. Shadow Hawk number 11 for Caitlin Tootle is $15 into $6. A couple of big watches there, the 7 and the 11. Looking ahead to race number 5 from Strathalbyn's program. And the tip there from Tim, exciting with Warrandyte Road. All right, so order for a thirsty jockey there at Doomben. Let's head back to David.
That farrier work, I think, is just about complete. Not quite.
Nobody who's sane would do that.
Would be too far away. I'll load them up quickly.
It's a mismanagement, that's all. It's a mismanagement. It's a mismanagement.
4 minutes away, so we'll see if we get this one. And Tari's our next race on Sky 1. Since we last spoke, last command keeps firming up. $3.60 now. So only about 10 minutes ago it was $4, $4.20. Now $3.70. Ramp it up at $4. Fair to say both the 1 and 2, I think, have their equal share of it, Myers. They've both been well back. 6 Caravella, $5.50. 5 Barreling, 8 Hot Wings at 7. And 3 Enterprise Attack at 9. If you have an Enterprise Attack's running 2 again, a Silver Wedding, you'd be giving it a good winning chance here. And some did give it a chance at Eagle Farm last time out, but he was playing behind Bengal Diamond. Gear change today, tongue tie back on, so there may have been an excuse the other day, but that run 2 rounds ago is worth keeping in mind. If you're on the last start,
what will they do?
Probably back up to that, because the previous run was very strong with Silver Wedding. Now they are starting to move in. Line taking a shape for the 4th. 3 races down so far, and favourite backers have got it right nearly every time. Perhaps to be fortunate won the first. It was the odds-on favourite. Second favourite, Banksy, won the second race, and the English importer Brindavan, its second Australian start, successful in the previous race. The margin was only 3/4 of a length, but I can read a bit more into that win. It was a soft win, and it was a slowly run race in the sprint home. He delivered a good sectional out of it. So whether Tony continues this campaign or tips him out remains to be seen, but he's in for a good future here in Australia, Brindavan. Now we're just about ready for this 4th here at Doomben. Enterprise Attack the Chestnut coming up, and Hussey Empress will be the last one to load. Last look at the tab fixed board. One last command is the $3.70 favourite. So 2 runners to move in. Jasper Franklin has run on last command. Second up today after running behind Cross Tasman, first up at Randwick. Finished a bit worse in midfield there, but this is
No fix here, yeah. Playing out his best.
Chris and Corey runs have 2 runners. Caravilla and Rashford the white cap. Yes, Jeff. Thank you. Okay, so Rashford was unsettled in the barrier stalls. So he undergoes the eye of the vet now. And that should be the last piece of the race for Jigsaw because all the other runners are in. There's some news, yes.
9 is scratched.
Time to run.
Alright, to
The
run.
green light.
9 is going to run.
And fingers crossed we'll have a red light soon. The red light on top of the barriers. Now $3.50 last command. There is the red light. Racing now. Barreling out wide began fast, given a bit of a squeeze by Thompson to try and get over. Showing early speed was Caravella, shooting up inside of barreling, and Reggae Fire remained in third. Hot Wings slotted nicely into fourth soon after the start. 2 lengths away in the prize attack outside of last command, then ramp it up. Got in third, last one off the rail outside of Rashford, and Hussey Empress in last position. 900 metres from the judge, Caravella in control, 3/4 barreling, who sits up on its outside. Reggae Fire, the bolter, gets the box seat, run third, and Hot Wings in fourth. And I'm suggesting the speed is more than reasonable.
Yeah,
Next pair,
6.
last command inside of Enterprise attack, they're 5th and 6th. Then ramp it up, third last, about 6 off the lead.
Run, baby.
Tempo. On his inside is Rashford.
6.
And last of all is Hussey Empress.
Lee's on you, 6. Come on.
Coming to the turn, Caravan leads. Barreling now being fell on the outside. Reggae Fire third.
6. Run, baby, run.
Pumped along. Last command coming to the outside. And ramp it up is even wider, a long way off them. Caravella with 250 left to run. Had the measure of barrel. Reggae Fire. Running on fairly was Rashford. Last command down the outside. Too far back. On the inside.
Oh, baby, run. 6.
From last command.
6.
Likely in the straight.
Yes.
Hot Wings, and then came Hussey Empress, Enterprise attacked in the fire, and Reggae Fire out towards the tail.
That's pretty close. 6 on the inside, Caravilla, and one last command gets one last dive in at it on the outside. Makes it close. 5 will run third, 9 will run fourth. Photo between the 6 and the 1 there. Have to move on. 5th event from Strathalbyn. They are getting set. Quick look over what's happening very late in the day.
I don't know. We'll take a look at the results once they publish, but I think 6 got it. 9 came in 4th. Because 6 won. 6 was good. 1. 6, 1. Let me check the results. Hold on. I'm just refreshing the page over and over again. They still haven't updated the results. We'll check once they have updated the results, but I think 6 has got it. I think 6 has got it. They still haven't updated it, but we'll see once they update. We'll check in 5 minutes again. We'll go to the next file. No scratching. Odds are 5172. Seven, two. Okay, the result is 6159. For this one, it is 6159. Lee! Mr. Lee is on fire today. Mr. Lee. It's the same thing as the previous one. It's the same thing as the previous one. So again, this guy is up here. This is dicey position for this guy. Plus it is benchmark 78. Still, it's like that. Okay. This is very wide. Plus the class also drops here. It's on the third line. Here this becomes a question because it's an 8-year-old but has the class advantage, has a jock. But the form line is pathetic. And we have these guys who are the challengers here. 13. They're not doing well. 5, 10, 18, 6. On the fourth line. So that is on the first line, which is doing good. 8. That is 5, 8. Four, 3. So drift, the class differs. This is from gate number 11. This is class, but that will not work. 4. So now, what is gate number 5 is this. Gate number 3 is again 8-year-old. So 4 doesn't have support from 3, but has support from 5, which is on the fourth line. This is second, fourth. And where is the first? 8. So what happened here? Okay, so let's understand what happened here. So the first 2 horses, they were very dicey. Why dicey? Because this one fails from here. This one was from gate number 7. It was anyway a mixed sex. We stayed out. 9 came in 4th. We thought it will come in 3rd or somewhere. I thought it will come 3rd, but no, it didn't. Class matters. The 3, I think. 5 actually knocked it out from gate number 8, which was a higher class, younger horse. So that happened with the pressure line. So what happened is 6, then it went to 1, which is like that, and then it went to 5, which is a rise, and then it went to 9, which is a drop. Okay, so that's the sequence that happened here. 2 did not get a chance from gate number 7 on a 1350. This is a 2200 meter. Now here it becomes, it's exactly like the same. They generally fail from there, and we've just seen that. Okay, they generally fail from there. There was the right odd, everything was in place. All right, everything was in place. That was the class, but they have failed numerous times from this position. So that is where it stands. The closest competition that it has is 9. Okay. The closest competition that it has is 9. The body weight is right. This is good. 15. This is 48. 17. The class drops here. You don't need a jock, but the jockey calibration, unfortunately, is better on this. So it cannot, I mean, 2200 meter, we have 2 power horses. Okay, this one and this one. This is on the third line. This is on the third line. Same class. This is on the third line, and this one is in no line. So it'll what it basically means is this, that there is no power play. There is no power play. It is going to be a very slow run race, probably strolling in the park kind of a situation. And in there, the 5 is the favorite because of the form line, and it is a better class than this. The 1 is the best in class, but they are also like that. And then these are the challenges. The 7, the 5 which they have taken is the power line, which is definitely the linear, which is on the third line, and a wider gate. So if we look at the first 2000 meter here, all right, here what happened? Here, that was a neutral. It came from gate number 1, maiden. It went through with the class and the jockey arrangement. Everything was nice, so it went through. There was no hiccup on that. That was a 2000 meter. But here, it is also, it is a little more than 2000 meters, where the linear becomes a little dicey. Why? Because up till 2000 meters, the linears do not have a problem in winning, but more than 2000 meter, it becomes dicey. So that is also gate number 11. So that probably is not happening. And so if it plays low pressure, high pressure. So if it plays a low pressure and high pressure class, let's say if that happens, along with age, in that case, the 5 is the right odd, but they fail from there. That is a repeated action. Why, I don't know why they fail, but you will see them failing. Whenever they are up here into first 2 positions, they will fail. God knows what bites them, but that's the net result of they being here. So that's the problem with the 5. A 7 is not happening. That's the third line. That is not happening. 3 is an 8-year-old. That is a very far-fetched story, and that is also a drop in class. 2 is gate number 10. Has the class, falls here, not happening. Then we have a 7-year-old, 8-year-old. Then we have this, which is on the third line, fourth line, which is here. as a challenger, so probably this is there in some form. How, I don't know. But what is the problem here with the odds? 5, 1, 7 and 2. 5 and 1 both are in trouble. 5 fails from here. 1 is a 6-year-old gilding. We're kind of not doing well, but probably will get there because they have the biggest advantage. That's the EW that probably will get there in some form. So if this has to play class, and if it has to, I mean, if it plays class and if it plays the right dynamics of the race, then okay, they are also like that. Let me just put that. They're bleeding like 64%. God knows what they will do. Their decisions are going to be hasty. So that 9 is a check. Okay, I am why that 9 is a check is because the 5-year-old is from gate number 11 with a pressure line with a drop in class. It's a linear. It's the third line. The 9 is a 4-year-old gilding from gate number 4, which is here. Okay, has the physics both sides, no problem. 5 is the champion of losing from there, so that makes it dicey. Gate is 8. This is 4. Problem with 9. The support line, which is here, is an 8-year-old. The other support line, which is 10, is on the 4th line, which is a hope, but it has a good jock. Okay. So if that's the low, that's the high. Because this is a challenger. Okay. If that's the low, then that becomes the high. And then it drops back. So that's when the class could kick in with 1. Because that's a 6-year-old gilding. 5 is a hope. 5 is a hope that it will do anything good. 5 is a hope. It might not. And how it will work with that kind of a bleeding management is something that I don't know. The balance is superb, but the history is here. The history is here. That generally is not the scene. That is a high. This is short. 12, 11, not happening. 4, 8, 7. Even this one is like the support line is this, which is good. Okay, this support line is good, but the age is a factor. So what I generally look for, okay, so what I generally look for is when there is a linear, I look at the first thing that I look at is where are the EWs? Do we have a connecting gate on the EWs? Or on the drift? But when the drift is the favorite and it is up here, then it is a story that I cannot comprehend well, and then it becomes dicey when the drift is up here. If this was the favorite, let's say if it was not gate number 11 and had fabulous numbers up here, and it was the thing, then my next lookout would be this. So if that's, let's say if this was gate number 5 and this was gate number 4, then I know that is a match. Okay. But here, if we look at gate number 5, then, gate number 8, then we fall to gate number 7, which is the next. Has support, but not here. And not here. Then we go to gate number 9, which is here, is a 7-year-old mare. The support falls. It's a neutral, jockey missing. So the 5 doesn't have a support to build up a pack on a 2200 meter, plus they have a bad management and they fail from there. That's this bottom line. 1 is a 6-year-old gelding, is the highest class, not doing well. 9 is the second in line, which is a challenger class. I mean, not exactly the challenger class, but it is here. If we look for the support line, then 4, the inner gate is 3, which is an 8-year-old gelding, is a higher class, but falls here. And this is there barely. I don't know how that will work. And the next one is this one, which is a challenger class. It is also a drift. So, and my assumption is this, that if this is the pressure, because this pressure is, this is also, I mean, out of all this, we have to take one pressure. So if that negative 13 is a pressure, negative 15 is also a pressure, negative 44 becomes an advantage. 2 definitely is a pressure. So if, let's say, we do not talk about 5, we do not talk about that pressure, we talk about 9, and 9 with that pressure, then it will either rise or fall. Generally, it will rise. It's a low pressure, high pressure. So if that's the low, I mean, if that's the high, then this guy doesn't have a chance because that's gate number 11. If this guy is out of question, I think, the 8, then it'll rise, and it'll rise where? Either here on the 6-year-old on the 7-year-old mare, which I don't know whether that's possible. But then we have a leverage on 10, which is here, with 9, which is a challenger class, and they're both like challenging each other. Okay, so I think the class is an issue in this race, and that 9 is a check. For me, it's a pass. I will not get into it. Too much of complications, and that's how it looks like. So the 5 fails from there. Can it get a place? Yes, but how? I don't know. If you look here, what happened is 6, okay, and the 1 got in. Why? Because this was a linear and that was a drift. That is what I look for. But winning for the drift from that position is a red flag. It could be either this one or this one. This one was from gate number 7, so that did not happen, and the other one is looking very bad, so that did not happen. This one was from gate number 8, which is wider than this, so that was not the choice. Then we have the neutrals, which were also not doing great, but 9 looked a little okay, but 6 won and 9 got to the 4th position, which ideally is the right thing that has happened. Here, if we consider that to be the pressure, then it'll rise. It cannot rise here. It is gate number 11. Very, very, very difficult proposition that it will rise here. Then there's this, it's the same thing, gate number 10. Very difficult proposition that it will rise here. Then it is this 7-year-old mare, very difficult proposition that it will rise here. So then it is, this is an advantage. Then the rise is here, okay, the 5, 4, 5. So this is there, which is a hope. I don't know whether it will happen, but that's what I am trying to figure. Through the class, it is la that, it is below that. The one which is above is from gate number 1, is a 6-year-old gelding. Jocks not calibrated, not doing well, maybe, may not be. Things are dicey. 6159, yeah. Ten. Yes, 10 has a hope. It has a good jock and a right gait and the right arrangement, but the class is definitely missing. So we needed a 5-year-old mare in this one, which is not there. If we had a 5-year-old mare, that would have given us a little bit of clarity. A 5-year-old mare basically on a 2200 meter works as a catalyst. That gives you a lot of clarity of how the field might unfold. Anything above 2000 meter, if you have a 5-year-old mare, that's the starting point. Anything above 2000 meter, if you have, I'm not talking about those big races, not like Melbourne Cup and all that. I'm talking about normal weekdays and Saturday racing. If you have a distance like 2200, 2400 meters, and if you have a 5-year-old mare, that 5-year-old mare is the starting point. For me, I think that has worked very well. When I start with that 5-year-old mare, then it kind of gives me a little bit of clarity on how the structure is.
We start to move in because we're now behind start time, behind 2 minutes. There's some news coming through from our chairman of stewards today, Jeff Gill. Yes, Jeff. Hello.
We took a long time to do this.
Paint is a late scratching. Thank you. So we have a late scratching here at Doomben. Number 8, Medical Autocrat, withdrawn by order of the stewards, was found.
7 has no hope, I think.
So race 5, number
7 is gate number 11. What hope will it bring?
Was a $23 chance, so deductions will be minimal.
7, 8, all disadvantages. Those gates.
Now they are starting to move in.
Pass.
Montbuster has gone up. Sir Lamorak, one of the potential leaders of the race, has gone forward. Prince Levi's right to go. He's looking to post his
2, 3, 7, 9.
He starts for only 2 wins, but it's always shown above average ability, and he did find a very suitable assignment today, a midweek assignment. And the market is certainly with him. What is he on tab fix now? $2.50. Far West $5.50. Tapple Doodle do $7. Mr. O'Reilly at $9.50. Tajawal back to signal figures at $9.50. Now most of them are in. In fact, Far West, I say, will be the last one to come up. Repeating, Medical Autocrat, a late scratching of the gates. The red light turned on. First leg of the quaddie, 2,200 metres, set for action. Favourite drawn to the centre of the line. They're off and racing now. Enterprise Private by the best by a length or so. Let's try and find an early leader. Mr. O'Reilly is showing out. So too is Let Fly, and just behind them Plea Deal, about third away. Then Tamil
7 is on.
As well as he normally does. He's 3 wide, but he's pushing forward towards the front. Following him up as Tajawal, then Mobbus, Enterprise Private. There's Prince Levi. Duplessis is the favourite in second last position. And as it's customary, West dropped out to be last. That's the first call. They go to the bottom bend. 1,600 metres left to run. Let Fly went to the rail. Then Salamareka went up to be second. And racing third, Mr. O'Reilly. Tattle Doodle do fourth offence. They're followed by Plea Deal. She's in the moving line on the outside of Enterprise Private. Tajawal, 3 wide, no covers, and the jockey likes to roll forward. Then Mobbbuster, Far West, and Prince Levi is last. I'd estimate 7 off the lead. Only a fair speed, and Thornton on Mr. O'Reilly wasn't happy with the sluggish tempo, so he took off. He went up outside of Let Fly, 2 lengths clear. as they head down the back straight with 1100 left to run and now takes complete control. Mr. O'Reilly taking over from Red Flyer again, pokes up on the inside to keep Mr. O'Reilly one wide. Celebrate following that pair in third, followed by Taj Mahal 3 wide all the way around Plea Deal and Tapple Doodle Doo getting a cozy run, midfield over on the fence. Followed then by Mobbuster now. Prince Levi gets going a fair way from home. He's off and running 3 wide, but he'll latch on the back of Taj Mahal, so he's 3 wide but with cover. Enterprise Private over on the rail, and Far West just biding its time in last position. Short of 600 left to run, it's been a slowly run affair, and Mr. O'Reilly outside of Let Fly, who keeps peppering Mr. O'Reilly. Samoa gets pushed on in third, likewise Tapple Doodle Doo, then Taj Mahal and Prince Levi pull right to the outside. 1-2 with the shillelagh by Jockey Duplessis, but he runs on. Meanwhile, Mr. O'Reilly went to McClear lead. Prince Levi is trying hard, starting to run out of time. 100 left to run. Mr. O'Reilly in full flight. Watch this. Enterprise Private bursting through, finishing all over the top of them.
Can you believe that, 10? Can you believe that? Can you believe that, 10?
Buster, and after a tough
Can you believe that, 10?
47.
Enterprise Private.
What was a joke? Yes! Gatekeeper! 10, please! Gate. Ten, and then what happened? Anybody has any clue about the numbers that 10 was there? So that was the high pressure, okay? That was the high pressure. So -9 was the high pressure with a 5-year-old gelding with a challenger who went through. That is a good position with the jock. 10. Then did we get the 9? I don't know. Let's see. Anybody has the numbers? I'll check. We'll check the numbers when it is available. It's not yet. We go to next 6. 7, 10, 12 all scratched. 7, 10, 12 all scratched. 8, 9, 2, 3. So I think it's between 3 and 8. 3 is a higher class, okay? 8 is not. 8 is going to run parallel. Plus, it is not exactly doing this great here. It is still better here, here. It is not, okay? So again, it'll be. Let's check the results first here. Hold on. Still not updated. Everybody is shocked, I think. Anyway, so 8 I doubt. 8 I doubt. That has the best jock. It is also the right gate. Has the highest leverage, which is there, but the class is with the linear. Okay, it's a 1200 meter. So that's that part of the story. Then it'll drop. And if it drops, then it definitely goes either this one, which is doing like that, or it goes to this, which is not doing well from gate number 1, but has a fantastic resume and a very dedicated jock. A very dedicated jock. So here it is like that. Here it drops. 0 is a neutral with 5. Gate number 9. 6 doesn't have any leverage. On the contrary, it is a drop in class. So then the neutral comes into picture, which is 59, 59. This is still higher. This is a low pressure. But then that is 5-year-old. Also has a dedicated jock. 59, 6. $19. So it'll drop here or here. No. Sure. 4, 5. Then climbs. Or it gets nailed here by this guy. 11. $69, $64. That's per class. This is a younger horse. That's a 6-year-old mare. This is a jock. Gate number 8. So that is questionable. 8, 25, 129. It's a heavier horse here than the gilding because it's a 6-year-old mare. Probably it is overweight, and they are here. comes here. So where it drops 8, if it drops here, it goes to 2. Or it drops here, 11 and 8, 11 and 4. The 4 has more chances. It is a higher leverage. The 4 has more chances, but it is a 5-year-old gilding from gate number 9 of benchmark 78. The thing is 1200 meter all pace, so there's no question of going out of breath. But if it is like that, then this one will drop. So this is 9 and 3, 4, climbs to 8, drops on 11. Wait, let's see what happened here. We need to. There's still no results, these guys. Still no result. There's still a shock. The 8 is difficult, okay? The 8 is difficult. Why it is difficult? It has a good jock, has the good gate. The form line is not right, okay? It is the highest pressure line, has the highest leverage, which is okay, but it is not of the same class. The class is here with the linear, is doing better in both the sections, okay? So the 3 has more chances than the 8. That's the first thing. About the jockey is misaligned, definitely, but it is a dedicated jock. It's a dedicated jock, so they kind of they know the horse very well, okay? They know the horse very well, and they have the right thing in place. So it's a ding dong battle between 8 and 3. 8 is a lower class and with a higher pressure line, but a lower form line. 3 is a higher class, slightly lower pressure line, but a higher form line. So if it works like that, then I think 10, 9, 5 and 7. So the results are 10, 9, 5 and 7. This one, race number 5, 10, 9. What happened is this. The 10 played high pressure, the 9 played low pressure. Then came the 5 and then came 7. 10, 9, 5, 7. 10, 9, 5, 7. So that happened. Here I think it'll be 3, you know. I have a strong feeling that it is going to be 3. 8 is difficult. Eight is difficult. 8 is here. 8 has physics, but 3 has class. Form is better. That is that. 9, which is here, is again the same proposition. They will do what they do from here. And then it comes here. So it's between these two horses which are there, and I think the 4 is probably in between. I think the 4 is probably in between. what might happen is this, that the 3 will drop to 4, climb to 8, and then God knows, then it probably might go here to this guy or this guy. But I think it is 3. And that 4 probably is there in between. That genius guy is there. They're all dedicated jocks, okay? They're all dedicated jocks. On 3, it's a dedicated jock. They know the horse pretty in and out. That's that. The 4 is a dedicated jock. 8 is a dedicated jock. 6 has a dedicated jock, which is here. So those are all far-fetched, but I think the 4 probably is there in between somewhere, lying. This could be of very, very good numbers, but they are here. This is a very dangerous recipe for these guys. The 2 is a 6-year-old gelding, which is a higher class, but the form line is not right. They're here on the 4th. Here, they probably don't stand a chance. The 3 is good. The 11 is a challenger, is doing very well, but doesn't have a leverage. The leverage comes on a higher class here, which is okay. And this thing, the 4 has done this distance pretty much neat. So I like the 3. The 4 is a check in between. Then it'll probably climb up to 8 if the 8 doesn't go upside down. And then if it drops anywhere. God knows where it'll drop. But the 4 probably is the drop here. PC, welcome back, PC. 8 Doomben next. 8. Yeah, PC. 8 is the favorite. It has the arrangement, PC. It has the jock. It has everything that it requires. Has a huge leverage which is there, but the form line, PC, is not very impressive. The form line is not very impressive. 3 has a better form line. It's a higher class. But 8 is the favorite. We'll see how that works. I like the 3. 839. Okay. PC has backed it and huge run. That's what it says. I mean, I can see that the leverage is huge. Okay, the leverage is huge on this horse. There's no doubt about it. The jock is also there. The physics is present, so it doesn't have any technical problem. It is not that it has any technical problem. It's a linear, has physics, has jock, has leverage, has pressure. It's not going negative. It is going to run parallel. Everything sits well. The question is here. So if that is not an issue, the 8 will win. But if that becomes an issue, then 3 will win. And if that becomes an issue, then 8 probably is the third, because then there is a low pressure which will work. Eight, 9, 2, 3. This is race number 6, I think. 8, 9, 2, 3. Yes. 8, 9, 2, 3. I mean, that's what the numbers are, Stretch. That's what the numbers are. It doesn't have any technical problem as such. The 8, everything is in its favor. It has the best jock, best calibrated jock. It has a breather on a 1200 meter. It is the highest pressure line, more than this one, which is the linear. Actually, it is a better pressure line than the linear. So either it wins and wins by a margin, or it is the third. This and this coming together is a very rare occasion that generally doesn't happen. There's definitely one which is going to be there in between for a low pressure. We'll see how that works. Some decisions are very dicey, but when PC gets onto something, PC has done research. When PC gets on, PC is like well prepared. Unless PC gets emotionally attached. PC also does that. Looks like that. It has the pressure, PC. It has the pressure. It has the gate. It has the jockey. It has the physics. Everything is in its favor. What is not in its favor is the class and the form line. These two are the areas of concern. Is that 40% acceptable? That was one. Win place. One is which one? One is this 6-year-old gelding from gate number 11. One is the highest class. Doesn't have the physics. That was. But might get a place. The leverage is there. The form line is there. Not there. And the jockey has never won a race here on one. $16 huge winner Flemington. Yes, you were not there on Flemington. You were not there at Flemington. We were missing you, PC. But Flemington played upside down that day, and if you got that, then that's a brilliant job.
It goes the same way there as well. Having a look at the market, it is mighty competitive, and there are many, many chances down the page, though. Cheval Chic, hardest to beat for Paul Joyce. Flying Destiny's rated well and truly a live chance.
I don't remember which race it was, but
Cheval Chic also the danger for
yeah, this Saturday Flemington played upside down. Very sad.
This afternoon, look at these tap market movers in just a tick. We've got Bendigo Greyhounds the other side of this. Back to Strathalbyn. Race day continues in South Australia inside the next 10 minutes as well. So the one the boys are tipping, $4.40 at the $5, back into $4.80 for the Heathcote team. Third up this preparation. A good Doomben winner first up, then went to Eagle Farm and chased home Hell. Just had a bit much to do there in the run. Gets an inside draw today, which is the key. And 15 into 650, Flying Destiny has been just about the best firm in the race, and certainly the best firm from double figures. Let's get to David Fowler.
It's at $8. So they're all behind the gates. Tim, thank you. This is race 6 today. And they're just starting to move in now as Strongbow is the first one to go up. Tough race this one, although insane. You know,
4 is probably there in between. 4 is.
She was very good winning here first up at this trip. It was the last race of that Friday meeting back on December 12, and she zoomed to the line, then went across the road to Eagle Farm and finished second to Hell at her most recent start, and Hell really controlled the race that day. So I think back to a midweek assignment with a good gate, not the likelihood, the certainty of good speed. Horses like Inver here will go quickly in front. She should get a good trip. I think she's hard to beat. She's hitting hitting $5 on the QOP, still 480 tab, so it's $5 the field. It's a wide open race. Every horse given some sort of chance is the bottom line. But they're loading well. Flying Destiny goes in riderless. That leaves Invahir and Cheval Chic as the last two to move up. First leg of the quaddy taken out by Enterprise Private. You need number 10 for the first leg of the quaddy, a semi-roughie. Darted through the field and finished impressively with the score. Cheval Chic goes up, Invahir goes in. Now the starter has a complete line for race 6, 1200 metres. Red light switched on. Ready to break. Racing. Amusones came out last. Flying Destiny fast to go. Invahir now gathering speed, and Hermanita's run up there as well. Nearly a line of three as Invahir is hurtling towards the lead. Four away, Cheval Chic in fourth, then Super Alloy. Followed by Ostrondo, Amusones, Zelgaria, and Sultry Siren is last. Into the first bend, 800 from the judge. Invahir came from the outside gate, got to the running rail and leads Flying Destiny by just over a length. Hermanita won on the box seat, three to Cheval Chic in fourth. Then Super Alloy, Ostrondo, Amusones, Zelgaria, and Sultry Siren. First 600 metres in 35 and 6, 500 left to run. Invahir leads, but Flying Destiny getting closer. Hermanita third, sweating on a run. Cheval Chic being fell for, then Super Alloy, Ostrondo, Amusones, got work to do, try to improve. Then Zelgaria and Sultry Siren. In the home straight, 250 left to run. Invahir with a bit of a kick. Hermanita getting up on the inside. Flying Destiny, then Ostrondo. That's the race. Flying Destiny Invahir, Ostrondo, Hermanita over on the inside. Nearly four in line as they come to the line. Ostrondo though.
One.
Best to score from Hermanita. Photo third and fourth. Involving Invahir, Sultry Siren.
11.
Flying Destiny.
Sorry, 11.
Not far away. Zelgaria. Amusones didn't put him in the Cheval Chic race below expectations. And
it's
11-3.
winning for Ben Thompson right over the top of Hermanita. Good go for third, Judge can have. But down the outside of Strondo in the sixth event from Doomben. Ben Thompson pays $9.40, beats Hermanita.
11-3.
$20 for place tickets. Moving on to Bendigo. Oh, we await third there from Doomben. After Bendigo, Strathalbyn, the seventh event. It's only 3 minutes away. Race day continues in the west as well. Still very, very early doors on the race number 2, 7 minutes away. Strathalbyn, we wrap things up with Raven's Reward.
We'll see what happened. 11 was there in between. 11 knocked it out like nobody's business. 11, then 3. There's a drop in class. There's a body weight on this horse. The 4 did not get a chance. 11, 3. And then what happened? So the pressure line did not work. The pressure line did not work. The form actually worked on 11, and that is the story. We'll take a look at the others when they come up. But it is 11. I thought it'll drop on 11. No. It beat this thing. So still, because it was a pressure line, see, the jock was misaligned. Though it was a dedicated jock, it just did not work. Though it was a dedicated jock, it just did not work on this because the jock was misaligned. The 3 was a dedicated jock. This guy has been with this horse. I thought this will win, but the alignment still kicked in, and that just knocked it out of its wits. That did not happen. $11. $7. 7, 4, 6, 11, 13, and 15 all scratched. 4, 6, 11, 13, and 15 all scratched. 9, 5, 7, and 10. Now I'm scared that the pressure will work or not. 0, the higher class. 3, negative. This is still okay. Doesn't have physics to win. 9, 37, 65, 46. Very wide gate. 46, 46, 61, 37. Fifteen, 13% on 14.6, which is okay. 39, still better. Class drops as a jock. 8. 2 is negative, not working. 11 is wide, 10 is 2, neutral. 31, 2, 5, 3, 0, negative 8, 41, 2, 1. It doesn't have the form line. It's the same thing. Okay, it's the same thing. Now let's understand what happened here on this race. 11, 3, 1, and 2. Okay, 11, 3, 1, and 2. 11, 3, 11, 3, 1, and 2. The leverage was here. Light got knocked out. This was a higher class with leverage. Did not have the form, but went through. 11 won because of the form line and the advantage. So this was jockey misalignment. Here it is the same story. Okay, this thing is going to run 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So there's no particular advantage or disadvantage on this. This is okay, but in that case, let's see what is going on. So through the DICR we have the 2, which is not happening. This is falling. Then 5 is here, wide gate. 7 is on the third line. This, they're all same. They are all same. It becomes the linear, has a physics on the third line. Will run parallel, doesn't have a jock. The jock is misaligned. 9 is the low pressure, out of which this is a higher, but doesn't have a form line. 10 is going to be a lower class with a form line. This is not working. These two are in a dicey state. Very difficult to assume what will happen there. And the 3 is doing that monkey business. It's probably the pair here. 8 and 7. Then if it drops here. And rises where? Six, 14. Here. That's the 4th line. But then in between we have the 10, which is from gate number 2 with a higher class. So this, then this. Or this is going to knock out. It's a benchmark 68, 1200 meter. It's a benchmark 68, 1200 meter. So wider gates are an issue. We'll have to look at inner gates with a class, which is there, but not with the form line. This is wide. This is 3rd. This is drop. This is further drop. This is good. 2. Gate number 2. Has a jock, has advantage, has moderate body weight, doesn't have leverage, you're not expecting. And the jock has been a dedicated jock, consistent. 9 is dicey. I don't know if 9 will win. 9 is dicey. So what are the challenges going on? The challenges are very heavy. This is a class, here it is like that. So if that is there, then it becomes 3 and 7. And then if it goes to 9, then that might happen. What might backfire on 7 to win is that the jockey is misaligned. The jock is here on this horse, which is 3 with the highest advantage. From the gate number 8, which is not a favorable gate for benchmark 68. Two doesn't have the chance, 2 will drop. Doesn't have physics. 8 and 7 will climb. Is dropping 35. This is 0 0. But gate number 11, 8 7 5 is drop. Not looking nice. Then it is dicey. 3 is a check. I am not going to get into it. There is no clear understanding of this. The 9, which is the favorite, doesn't have a form line. It's a 1200 meter, and here if we've had a 0, right? Something on those lines. I don't know where, but this is a very questionable thing. It'll lose traction. It'll lose traction on a 1200 meter. That's a very dicey proposition. Plus the form line is not good. If the form line was good and that was the scene, it might have worked, but that is also not very clear kind of a thing. The leverage is there, good, but probably bad idea. The 5, which is the best, is from gate number 11. Very difficult job from gate number 11 for a benchmark 68, but it is a 1200 meter, maybe, but it's not clear. It's not clear. The jockey alignment is not the best. 7 has a better alignment. So it's probably here and here, I think, but whether that'll happen, it's a very, very big question mark. It's a big question mark. 2 is in trouble. 1 is like that. No clarity. Maybe 3 is a place. Maybe. And if it works between 7 and 3, that's usually the thing. If that works, that works. That's a queen between 7 and 3, out of which 7 has all the chances of losing because of the class and the advantage, and even 3 will be able to do it on a benchmark 68 from gate number 8 is a very big question. 9 very doubtful with that form line. 10 falls down, has the thing and a jock, has the arrangement as a jock, will be running neutral. The support line is up here, which is this, and here, which is this. So yeah, 10 has support, but whether it'll work, so what happened here is this, that, you know, this was a benchmark 78, all right? The 8 definitely had issues with the form line. The 3 was there with the form line, but the jockey was misaligned. And the form line was here on the challenger, which is here, which was an EW with a jockey, knocked out everybody else. It became 3 and 11, which is okay, and that happened. But here I don't have a clarity. It's a benchmark 68. The gates are wide. God knows if they will be able to work from that gate. I don't know. Demore is a fool. He knows how to slaughter them. 11, 3, 1, and 2 results. Let's see this race playing the same. 3, 5, 7, 8. 3, 5, 7, and 8. Probably is that same arrangement as the previous one. This one was also 1200 meter. And here the 3 gets better. Why? Because this is also, you know, a class, but the gate gets wider. It's a question whether a benchmark 68 will work from gate number 8. If this was more than 30%, then it would have been a little bit of, this 23, it drops here from gate number 8, it was 25. It becomes 23, but that is the highest. Benchmark 68. So everything is questionable. Everything, it's not a clear race. It's not a clear go. It's not a clear race. Everything is questionable. Everything is a questionable. There might be a very bad surprise from somewhere. There might be a very bad surprise from somewhere. And on top of that, they're all same. Oh my God. They're all same age. They're all same age. Not same sex exactly, but same age. Bad recipe. Bad recipe. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Risky proposition. Risky proposition. Everything is in a questionable state. The 3 has advantage but has gate number 8. The 7 is a linear, but the form line is on 3rd. 9 is the favorite, doesn't have form line. 10, which is the second in form line, is from gate number 2, doesn't have class, going to run neutral. So things are kind of not right. Gatekeeper is 7, 5 and 10, 5 and 10, 5 and 10. That is gate number 11. How will that work? I don't know. Plus the jockey is misaligned. Has the physics, maybe, but What I can't figure out is this, that if a horse has a leverage, how does it have a bad form line? When a horse has a leverage, that means it is being promoted. If it is being promoted, then it has to have a form line. These two are contradictions, but there is something in between that I still have to figure out. There is something in between. Between the leverage and the form line, there is something else which is working. Class is definitely one thing, but that's not the thing. My question is, if it has that strong a leverage, that means it is being promoted. If this is being promoted, then how can it have a bad form line? How can a bad form line gets promoted? That doesn't make sense. So that means there's something in between that we still have not figured out. That there could be a leverage, and the leverage is on base. So there are two leverages which are working. This is the last 4, and this is the base, right? So the last 4 versus base. So from base, this is like 61. Then this becomes like that. It becomes null and void. I understand that, but what I can't understand is, if there is a horse with leverage, how the form line is not right. What are we missing? I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom. All right, I'm back. My picks on paper are a little different than yours. I'm going on jock and trainer here plus form. I'm thinking the data doesn't add up. The form might be accurate. No, so the thing is, if you're talking about this particular data, this data, the leverage is 100% right. Okay, you will figure out why it is right. You will see how things work with the leverage. But my question is, if the leverage is that high, how can the form line be low? So right now I just had I mean, at the washroom, I was just thinking about it. I think there is something at the acceptance level. So what basically is the form? I mean, what basically is the right structure? The structure is this, that let's say Doomben opens up and says that, hey guys, we have racing on Wednesday. And trainers, they start applying with their horses. That's the first stage, the application. All right. Now, in the application, they get accepted. Now, they get accepted for what? They get accepted for the fact that either they have the class to match this. Like if it is a benchmark 68, do they have the class to match benchmark 68? If yes, they get in. The second thing is, do they have leverage? Now, the leverage usually is the promotion. Now, what might be the thing is the promotion was given but not exactly in the order that we are thinking. It was given prior to what it has done in the last few races, and they're forcing the horses in this race. They know very well about the form line, that the form line doesn't support the leverage line. They're very much aware that the form line doesn't support the leverage line. It might be promoted, but it doesn't have the form. But they're forcing the horses in because they're thinking, because I have a leverage, the horse has been promoted, it might work. So they are also gambling. The trainers are also gambling. That's what my thought is. That because maybe the form line is not okay, there's a leverage, so why not put it into this since I have the class? You understand what I'm saying? So even the trainers are also, I mean, that's fair. That's the only clarification that I can gather from here. That's fair. I mean, I have a horse. I would want it to race. It qualifies. It has a leverage. Maybe it doesn't have a form, but I would like to take a chance. And that's the business. That's the business. That every business is about taking chances. So I'm taking a chance as a trainer. I'm taking a chance. But that's where your job is to identify that whether it has the form line or not. I mean, that's the only clarification. That's the only thought that is working in my mind at this point of time. If there's no leverage, if there's a leverage and no form line, the basic understanding is this, that they are also taking a chance on one of the key ingredients. So basically everybody is taking a chance.
Bowl cut John will be third. 4 beds, 6 beds, 2.
after the 12th at the Q1 Lakeside. Back to Doomben, race number 7. It's the Magic Millions Carnival, cutest 3-year-old, benchmark 68. Of course, the big day coming up this Saturday up there on the Gold Coast. 7th event here, more importantly, for the moment. Now, let's try and find a result over the 1,200 metres. Tap punters are trying to do that with Hunter's Mate, a very popular favourite. 4 into 3, and now 270. Mentioned that win first up, second preparation. It was a smart win, 2 fighting the front. Putting early speed over the 1,200 metres, led them up 1 by 3. Makes it hard to beat when you run like that straight from the front. Wooden Height is the most interesting danger. It's drawn out in the 11 though, and does need a spot. 440 into 4. Carbonara 550. $7 for Enforceable is the best of the rest. Hunter's Mate is on top for Paul Joyce. Tipping it's been ready for Amy. It's a $13 chance, maybe the best double figure over in the race. Carbonara, Joyce he thinks is in play there as well. But the Heathcote Camp off the inside, 6 into 550. But David Fowler will get 2 in 2 ticks. He's with Hunter's Mate on top as well. Wooden Height hard to beat if they can find a spot from the outside draw, and is the main danger. Here's David Fowler, second last out of Doomben today.
Moving in 10. Thanks for that. Race 7. Hunter's Mate has been confidently back to win this race. And it's based on that first up win at Ipswich, which was back on the 3rd of January at the Saturday meeting. Won easily and ran time. Ran a tick over 1.9. An outstanding gallop at Ipswich to learn from Mate. Tougher assignment today. Some well above average 3 and 3-year-olds in this race. But the punters like him. The market's happy with him. $2.80. But Wooden Height, good support as well. $4. Where does he land? That's the main problem. Barrier 11. So 9 Hunter's Mate, $2.80. 5 Wooden Height, $4. 10 Carbonara. She's been with some support late. She finally got the maiden out of the way the same day that Hunter's Mate won, but it's worth noting the comparison time-wise. About a second difference. Hunter's Mate a second faster than Carbonara, but she's there at $5.50. Enforceable at $7. Rounds out those at single figures. Now, Echidna and Ready for Amy will be the last 2 to move up. This is the third leg of the quadding, around 1,200 metres. Just waiting for that last pair to join the Ready for Amy. Unlucky at Ipswich last time out. Was trapped in traffic in the straight. Goes up. Echidna. Last one to move in. It's a roughie coming out of a Kilcoy win last start. At 9 Hunter's Mate, now 250. Went from 280 to 250 in one blink on tap fix. So big money rolling in late for the favourite. Echidna goes in the field of 12 are right and ready to go. Bit of movement in the stalls. Unforceable, keen to get on with it. Light flashing. Racing. Jumped in a good line. One of the first to go was Hunter's Mate. Overdraft's got speed. Carbonara quickly off the mark. Mashani Kai not too far away with Enforceable. They're riding Wooden Height 4. It'll be 4 and 5 wide early. Then Ready for Amy, followed by Better Luck next time. Sevilla's back and wide, and then came Secret Safer. Go Mara and Echidna is last. Chopping and changing up front. 750 left to run. Wooden Height goes on with it now. Takes control of the race. Went by Overdraft. Then Mashani Comrade, followed by Carbonara. Hunter's Mate got a little lost mid-race. Back to 5th one off the inside. Railing through there was Better Luck next time. Then Enforceable, Ready for Amy. Followed by Go Maro, Secret Cipher. Echidna and Sevilla dropped out to be last. By the 400 metres, straightening for home. Wooden Height under full pressure now. Carbonara slipped off the fence. Dashed to the front. Hunter's Mate tries to come after it gamely. Then Better Luck next time. And Enforceable ahead of the others. Carbonara's in front. Hunter's Mate's chipping away. Still a length behind Carbonara, who currently's got the margin. Then Better Luck next time. Carbonara's the leader, holding its rivals at bay. Getting a little tired now. Hunter's Mate coming out, but Carbonara leads from Hunter's Mate. Photo third. Ready for Amy driving through. To the inside, Better Luck next time. Enforceable out wider. Then Secret Cipher, Wooden Hide. Well, riding in up front was upside down and paid badly for them. Then came Go Maro. Well back in the field.
I think 10.97.
Long way to go for draft, and Sevilla stayed motherless last.
So it's Carbonara for the Heathcote Camp off an inside draw there today. Goes back to back after being completely dominant out of Ipswich. Was there or thereabouts Sunshine Coast prior to that as well. So a little hot stretch of form continues for Carbonara. Pays around the 650. Pretty sure Hunter's made the knock.
10, neutral, then 9, then 7. So 3 was gate number 8, that did not work. 5, definitely gate number 11, that did not work. Inner gate, form, advantage. This did not work. Go to 8. Three, 6, 8, 10, 17, 18. 3, 6, 8, 10, 17, 18. All scratched. 7, 1, 2, 15. Seven, 1, 2, and 15. So we had a benchmark. This is class 1, so it's approximately benchmark 55 to 60. So wider gates are an issue. 7 is difficult. That probably is not going to work for multiple reasons. One, the form line. Second is gets to negative. Third, jock misalignment. So there are plenty of negatives on this horse. I think it is 1. I think it is 1. Will fall on 2. Will fall on 2. Then will rise, which might bring in 12. And then if the 7 gets in, then the 7 gets in. Or if the 7 overpowers the 12, then that happens. But I think it is 1. It's very difficult for 7 to win. Very difficult. It's a negative. Jockey misalignment, form line missing. Where the form line is, that's a wider gate, will not work. This is, both of them are the top class. So if that's pressure, that's advantage. Then it is all dicey. Then if it climbs, it is here, 0. And then it's here. But they're like that. They will deliver. There is no guarantee they will deliver. They fail from there. So there's a huge class difference between this one and 2. So I don't see that working. This is gate number 9, gets wider. This is even wider. I think it's 1. 7 is difficult. Thank you for being here, Stretch. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. I'll see you next time. You stay blessed. Oh, 15. What of 15? 15 is also dicey. 15 is dicey. 15 doesn't have the class. 15 doesn't have the class, doesn't have the form line, has a leverage, which is there. 7 definitely is dicey. I think it is between 1 and 2. Which one will work, God knows. They generally fail from there, and so that's that. But here the arrangement is like this, that they fail, so they will not win, and they're not supposed to win on a 1350 with that. So I think the pressure will work here with the class and the jock, and it will drop here. This is wide, though it has a jock, very wide, gate number 10, so that's very far-fetched. So I think it is here. Then if it climbs, it will climb probably to 12 here, which is still better from an inner gate. This 16 is very wide. Though it has a body weight, probably not going to happen. And then if it doesn't drop further, because after this it should drop, then it should drop where, God knows, then it might 15, then it might be 15, 4, then it might be 15, and if then it climbs, then it goes to 7. So 7 probably is on the 5th. That's what I think. One looks good, PC. Forget the 15. Yes, forget the 15. 15 is not the thing. 7 difficult. 1 basically is okay. Class. This is gate number 10, not happening. Not a benchmark 65. 12 is probably on the 3rd line. After it drops here, it climbs here. Then it is supposed to drop. And if it drops, it will drop either here, or then it might go to 16, or it might go to 14. It might go anywhere. So 7 probably stands 5th in the line, I think. Unless, what happens? 58, 59. I don't think that is possible. I don't think it is possible. The only way possible is if the 7 is able to knock out 12, which is also a dicey proposition. It is here at 30, this is at 7, this is at 26. So this is still higher. If the 7 let's say if the 7 knocks out 12 for some reason, then it might be third. But if the 12 knocks out the 7, then it is fifth. Then it'll drop. It'll further drop. It'll drop somewhere like 15 or 14. Then anything is possible. Everybody is going to be racing, and they're not going to be like static. Saturday we've got Flemington again. Then we have Rosal Gardens. Saturday is Flemington Day. Someone put money on 7. Yes, a lot of people. A lot of people have put money on 7.
J-Deck's last. Final quarter was 29-1, 159.7 the rate. Five's going to hold on. Charleston Avenue.
Yeah, 5 will beat 10, and that is Charleston Avenue over Quirky Character. Pays around 310 late tab fixed. Centurion Dream will be behind them in third. Where Dominant Darcy is one of the more popular favourites and one of the better back runners across the program today. It was into $1.40 when we looked pre that race at Bendigo. It's back to the 165 late. Has to run the 1350. I suppose that's something. And to get its own way in front there, doing another 400 metres there, but completely dominant. Working away by 3 lengths there. That was a month ago, so jumps up in trip Emily Lang aboard again and drawn a good alley. Chief in Charge 5 into 440. It's been best backed outside of the favourite. Prominent Lad off the inside draw for the Van Dyke team is at 750 and 20 to 1 then or better the rest of the field. Joyce's with Brutal Lass on top to beat Chief in Charge and Dominant Darcy. They're in the final events. So we go 15-1-7-4. 15 is Brutal Lass, drawn an ideal position to stalk the speed and can be a bit closer in the run than they were last start. The Gold Coast behind La Rosetta and run a big race at a decent price. Dominant Darcy, though, obvious and hard to beat. My website might be wrong. He expects the favourite to run really well now. Paul Choice, Chief in Charge, hard to beat as well. Anyway, they're getting set, moving in. All eyes on Dominant Darcy. Who go close to going straight to the front and being somewhere there in the mix if they repeat that effort their last start. Let's get to the track with David Fowler.
Last race of the day and only 5 or 6 to move in. Dominant Darcy, her win was at 1200 here on December 12. And on that occasion, she rolled to the front and really dictated the terms and kicked well off the bend, never looked like losing. And she was well back that day. Goes from
13
down to 1350. But the lead does look up for grabs here, so one would be expecting her to find the front. Now on the QOP, they got her out to $1.75, but that's the best they offered. She's back to $1.65. There's QOP flux on Chief in Charge, 6 to 460. Probably at 850, back to 8. Now turn the corner will be the last one to move up. Turn the corner coming up now. Goes to the outside gate, 14 and 14. They're all in. And the starter about to pick up the button. He turns on the red light. Set for race 8. Racing Brisbane. Dominant Darcy was midfield away, but accelerating towards the front. Prominent Lad's got speed, so is Lebanese and May, and Straight Blast about 5th away. Chief in Charge, the well-back second favourite, is in 6th position. Then Turn the Corner, followed by Brutal Lass, Absolve. Just between those runners was Summit, a few links to Poochek, Brutal Bowler. Second last was Living Me Higher, and last of all was Cool Running. They head into the first bend, 850 left to run, and Dominant Darcy is in the lead. On the outside, travelling second, Brutal Bowler. Lebanese forced to race 3 wide. And Prominent Lad getting a good run 4th on the fence. And Ditto for Chief in Charge, 5th one off. Then May outside of Summit, followed by Brutal Lass. Turn the corner. A long way back was Poochek, and then came Absolve, Cool Running, and Lifted Me Higher, whipped them in. 44.69, the first 750 metres. The favourite comes to the bend in front, Dominant Darcy. From a Straight Blast on the outside, Lebanese has had a tough run. Prominent Lad finds a rails run to come after Dominant Darcy, and Chief in Charge out on the outside. But Dominant Darcy kicked, leads the way from Straight Blast. Prominent Lad, Chief in Charge running on. Dominant Darcy's all out now. Chief in Charge is swooping. Dominant Darcy still in front. Chief in Charge levelling up. Dominant Darcy, Chief in Charge. Chief is in charge. Chief in Charge won the last. Beat out Dominant Darcy. The favourite had her chance. Prominent third. Not certain.
1-7.
Poochek was there with Summit. Not far away. Brutal Lass and Brutal Bowler.
1-7. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. PC! PC got that. All right, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Doomben. That was the last one, but I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, my friend Dowes. Thank you so much for being there, my friend Gatekeeper. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Stretch, I know you're off, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna was there. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Modi, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Ronnie, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jericho, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I'm sorry I did not see your messages then, but thank you so much for being there, my friend, Jericho. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Saturday at Flemington. Till then, stay blessed.